Okay, I've been putting off doing this because I don't think there is a good way of doing this. Technically. I am having technical issues with actually doing this as a live stream, as well as some presentational issues. So I am going to have to do this as a pre-recorded video that I am going to have to edit. There's just no way around it. So this web page here, while it's kind of fine and it's a thing. It's a thing. Number one, it's not secure. Actually, over here is a better one to show on the right. So it's not secure, and it's an iframe embedded from a different domain. So I'm just going to turn this off for now, so I'm not blocking all of this third-party JavaScript that does not need to be here for such a simple page like this. So I have already saved the source code for this page, and I'm going to have to refresh it in a bit to see if it's changed at all. And there's some interesting things going on in here. You've got h1 with a class on it, and a relax speed equals 2. I'm going to have to figure out what that is. We got font size equals 7. I mean, who coded this website? Is this someone that just woke up today from 1997? And then you've got like a section element, which that didn't exist in the 90s. And we've got table here, and that's okay. The table is fine. It's not being used for layout. This is like data that should be tableized. And why is that a link to your domain? ahref equals empty. So that's a problem. What else did I notice in here? So you've got a NoScript here with an image inside of it. That's not something I have seen done in a long time. So it's probably related to this lazy load? I'm not sure. Just because this is not something that just because this NoScript with the image repeated in it, that's not something I ever did. It is something I know I have seen done in the past, though. And I have to assume right now, without knowing a whole lot for sure, that it's related to class equals lazy load. So we've got an empty paragraph here, and then after the paragraph comes a center tag with the image. How did this happen? I mean, looking at the code structure, the way things are tab indented or space indented in this case, I don't think whoever made this page is actually using a CMS. I think they hand coded it. And we got AID equals music as an empty link. Okay. Alright, we're using an actual video tag here and not any kind of weird flash embed. That's cool, I guess. AID equals contact. Do you seriously not know that IDs can be put on other elements such as section, and they work exactly the same for being on-page anchors. Are you not aware of that? Interesting. Again, with the font size stuff, no, we don't do that anymore. Wow, an SVG file. Oh wow, several SVG files. That almost makes this code feel modern, almost, if it weren't for all the other stuff. And we've got illegal notices here. That's actually an empty link. Okay. Now, you've got all these scripts down here that say lazy load, and they're all using defer. Okay, so first thing I'm going to do, just so we have a reference, let's go ahead and do a page speed there, and I am curious to see if we get much of a difference between the iframe domain and the actual domain. And I'm going to be nice and only run these one at a time. So once this one finishes, I will run the next one. Oh, friend. So that's interesting. There is actually a difference on page speed between your iframe and the not iframed. Let's look at best practices here. It doesn't use HTTPS. It's just the HTTP not secure thing that they seem to be complaining about under best practices here. Yeah, so Google's page speed doesn't complain about the iframe even. Oh, iframe elements do not have a title under accessibility. But still, the iframe is kind of a bad practice. You don't really want to do that. But it's interesting that this server seems to be kind of poop. And I don't understand why we got all these errors under their performance. So Yellow Lab's another one that I like to use. It's different than page speed, obviously. Interesting. There's even a difference between the two domains in Yellow Labs. We've got 3404 requests. Wow, isn't that something? But the image optimization shows different for the different pages. Total weight is 2.56 megabytes. That is just like so offensive to me for what this page is. So here's where I've already got everything saved. All the images, and yeah, the JavaScript is saved as well. So let's see what Windows Explorer tells us for properties. 90 megabytes. I guess the page could be worse since there's actually 90 megabytes of files. I'm not sure what's going on there. Hey, I want to click in and see what is. So we've got some blur images that are coming up 404. Guitar, drums, and bass. So, yeah, I think I see what's going on here. Huh, no, that's not what's going on. Okay, so we've got an open directory here. That's always fun. Apache 2.452 on Windows 64. Fine. PHP 7. Oh, that's interesting. I'm going to reverse image search that one. So that came from a stock image. So I have a fairly good idea on how the page was built. So I was thinking maybe I could reverse image search this and find the template that they copied from. Do I even have those pictures saved? I do not. I can't think. Oh, my brain is just broken right now. Just making sure I have all the files saved for this website. Very nice that the PSD file is in there. Okay, we've got all the pictures from the images directory saved now. Kind of sucks that we've got some missing images on the page. You've got an entire section of content that's just not there, dude. Oh, I wanted to rebuild this page. But if all the content's not here, it's going to be a little hard to do that. So let's go back to these images with the no script. No script's what I'm looking for. Okay, so about Rich. Interesting. So those images genuinely do not load if you don't have JavaScript. Is that what's going on here? I'm going to turn off all the JavaScript over here. And yep, those images will not load without the JavaScript. So you must be using lazy load, the class lazy load, via JavaScript to lazy load the pictures. You don't need to do that, sir. Okay, so I've got my directory set up now for rebuilding the web page. And I am 1000% guilty of using some old code too, but I'm going to go with it for this. And hopefully my reformatting works. It does. Alright. So let's get rid of all the things we don't need in here. We don't need you. I don't care about the tile stuff. Let's see, open graph stuff can stay. It says it's non-essential, and this was years ago that I put this code together, so it can go away. Facebook app. So they have a Twitter link on here, I think. No, they don't. So they don't need this Twitter site one. Yeah, so my reformatting still is a little broken. Let me check this website. I haven't looked at this in years. So that's not actually where I got the code from. Let's see if that old website still works. Nope. Now, these projects have gotten so much more complicated over the years. Hopefully I can still just find the code that I'm looking for. So at some point I'm going to have to update my own boilerplate code, and we are a little bit different here. As I said, the code that I was able to quickly spit out in my editor, that's years old at this point. I know I need to update that. But there doesn't seem to be anything too terribly wrong with what I've got here versus what they've got. Other than the OG image alts. You know what, let's just copy these guys here. That's all the OG stuff. I didn't even notice that little Microsoft link before. I'm not sure what that was for. Okay, I wanted to check one more thing. I'm going to reload this page here, the non-secure page. And I want to look for the same image to make sure it's 404 there too. Why are we not jumping through our tree? It's probably because it's in the iframe that it wasn't jumping through it. See, now it works. Okay, so now that I see what's going on here, okay, now the stuff loads. So that's the funny thing about your lazy load JavaScript, is it's a little buggy sometimes. Okay. So since you're doing your lazy load via JavaScript, and you have the image element in there twice, people that have JavaScript disabled or blocked, whatever, for whatever reason, are still going to see a big empty thing on your page because your script, because your HTML is bad. It's poorly coded. So if you just go to a legitimate search engine and type in how to lazy load images, you're probably going to find what the current best practices are. I'll leave it at that. And current best practice does not involve JavaScript. So here we go. The loading attribute on an image element or an iframe can be used to instruct the browser to defer loading of images / iframes that are off-screen until the user scrolls near them. You don't even need JavaScript to do that anymore, sir. So I need to get moving on this. I'm spending too much time looking at stuff. So I'm going to grab a whole bunch of CSS code that I've used on other projects and start working on the CSS first. See, I'm not sure which one of these CSS files I should actually start with. Okay, this is one that I know I went full TISM mode on. So those are the broken button sizes, and I don't need that code. And where are we at here? 001 is the file naming I went with before, and I see no reason to change that. So let's get working on this. So I'm not actually going to change any of this stuff, I don't think. I want to see if typescale.com looks okay still. So I know there's one of the sites that I like to use that looked different the last time I looked at it, and I was really unhappy. Yeah. I think someone else bought the old Typescale, and that just makes me sad. Is that even the same domain? Yeah, we used to have a dash. Okay, so it looks like that probably wasn't an open source project to begin with. That's kind of sad. I like the old UI that it had before. So we've still got our different type scales here that you can play with. We probably need that 8XHR. Yep, that's what I thought. So now we've got the different sizes on the headings. And actually, now that I'm looking at this, this will probably be incorrect. This is probably our H1. And font size 7. Are you just... Anyway, let's go to compute it and see what the font size is here. It's 48 pixels there. And 42.9, so you made it a little bit bigger. Interesting. So, I'm looking for an H1 size that's about 48 pixels. For this user's preference, that would be 1.200. And we are at 1.25 here, so... Okay. Getting confused on which window I need to be working in here. Sorry about that. So we'll just do this change again here. 1.20. We'll keep that ratio the same. Now, three replacements. Okay, we're fine. Don't worry about it. What else do we got going on in here? Our line height is 1.5, so we're cool there. We've got all our stupid stylings for lists. We don't need this because that was for WordPress Elementor specifically. And I don't know if I need that overflow wrap unset. That may have been a WordPress Elementor specific thing. Letter spacing is okay to keep there. But I definitely don't need this Elementor class. Alright, so I don't think I need this rule. And get rid of all the stuff about Elementor in my notes. You know what? No, he doesn't need it like a big fancy framework. We're just doing basic stuff here. So don't go overboard. Just simple. Because this code is complicated enough as it is without putting more stuff in than we really need. I should possibly turn my margin into a variable, a CSS variable. Do I even want typography enhancements in here as like a word thing? I don't think I do. It actually does make sense here. That's a lot of code so far for not doing a whole lot. I don't need all that word. Don't need all that word. This will just be footer. Don't need that word. Alright, so we got the basics down. Now I need to find my code that I used to use for a real simple Flexbox layout system framework. Alright, I found it. I was looking in the wrong places. So let's just copy all that. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close out of this here. Don't need that, don't need that. I will keep that one open because... where was it? See, if I type image, then I get some code. But should I add lazy to it? I don't know. Oh, I know I used to have this code. We did not have lazy loading back then. Let's look into that a bit here. Okay, so that is saved as a snippet, but it only worked IMGG. It only worked in the CSS file because the IMG overrides it, which is the default thing. The IMG overrides it in the HTML file. So there we go. Loading equals lazy, link to source, alt text, blah. So let's actually start working on some of this stuff here. So first, I want to deal with the header thing. You've got your little Facebook and Gram icons, and I'm sitting here wondering why you don't have like all of these in like a header element, such that when you scroll, not only does the menu stay, but the icons stay as well. Was that dependent on anything? I don't believe so. I'm just going to real quick throw some text into this file and we'll reload it. And hopefully, yes, text at the top, text at the bottom. So the CSS I have here on body and then footer is what makes that magic happen. Your footer is going to get pushed to the bottom of the window, bottom of the viewport. And I think main is a legit HTML tag to use here. The dominant content of the body. I need to allow iframes and stuff on here. I keep forgetting. Okay, so next we've got to deal with the nav menu and these icons here. And something I remember from looking at this earlier is you don't actually have any links in here. So, yeah. What I'm going to have to do here, though, because of the way I set up my directory structure, is get all these image files copied over. You had them in a .img folder. And you know what? I'm just going to make it an I folder because it'll probably be less problematic when things go wrong that way. When someone else messes up, if they choose to use any of this. Right, so how do I want to handle this? And this is exactly why I was thinking I would almost rather live stream this, but because of the technical issues and some of the fears that I have, it's just not going to happen right now. Not going to happen. I really don't want to edit this down, but I don't see a better way of doing it, and I need to stop talking like this. Alright, losing my mind a little bit here and lost my train of thought. So I want these to be in a header, everything here. That's what I need to work on. So let me check my rules here. Yes, row. Really? Ugh. So 2 columns. Where are we at here? Copy, copy, copy. I thought I copied that code. What is Sir Facebook? I mean, that's what they have in here. And I'm not sure why it's in there. I have a feeling that there's some translation issues in here. Now, do these links even work? Nightly can't open this page. Yeah, those links don't work, so I got nothing I can put in here. And actually, we don't even need these divs. Keep the code as simple as possible. Oh shoot, no, I do need a div here. I'm sorry. Converting those. I want to see what we have so far here. Okay. So what is going on here with our structure? Oh boy, now I need to remember how to manually do Flexbox things. Let's see. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking here. Do I have a gap? I do not have a gap. Oh boy. So our P unit is 6 rem. Which is going to be padding. And it's been a while since I can remember. It's been a while since I've done this stuff in Elementor. So I don't remember my logic for... You know what? I might have something I can look at to refresh my memory. Why is this taking so long to load? Do I need to reload the page? I saw it populate as soon as I hit the reload. Can I just log in? Nope. I don't want to look up the name and password for that website. So the variable gap's not set here. I'm going to go with half for the gap. half of your P unit will be the gap. So there's going to be 3 rem of space between those icons, and those icons are quite a bit smaller. What size did you have here, sir? You got them 25 by 25. That's such an illogical number to me. It's a little bit offensive. Everything in computers is basically based on multiples of 16 and 8. And 25 is off by 1. And off by 1 errors, just stop it. So let me see what's going on with those SVGs here. I believe they got that orange background built in. Well, obviously they do. Just stop. Where are we at here? I would like to not use inline attributes, but that's still best practice, so. You still want to do this because of, if you don't do that kind of thing, you get some jankiness on your pages. I'll just leave it at that. I don't know if I'm remembering this correctly or not. Hey, there we go. I need a gap though. I'm not sure if I should put it on the row or the column. I think I should put it on the row. Then maybe a reduced gap on the column. Is that how I used to do it? I think that's how I used to do it. I don't know if that works. Okay, yeah. Now we've got a gap, and I want to measure that just to see. Computed gap. Get rid of this for now. 26.3. We should be at 1.5 because I divided by 2. 6.3. Where's the calculator? $17.5. Okay, we're good. I'm getting what I expected here. So it looks a little large. So maybe I can go less on my P unit here, because I want these all to be relative to each other. It's still divided by 2. That looks a little nicer. Okay. I recognize that they are larger than what we had on the original site, but it's fine. Don't worry about it. Oh. So top and bottom, and then left and right. Oops. What? There we go. I have that reversed. Top and bottom should be less than left and right. And all of them are going to get the same amount of padding. So, did you actually put that background image on the body? You did not. I'm looking at the wrong one. I want it on the body, I think? No. Well, yeah, you could, but no, you don't want to do that. I should really just be live streaming this, because I don't want to edit. So the issue I'm having right now is that I don't think I want to put that on the body. I think I can put it on the body, though, and it'll be fine. We'll work it out. We'll work it out! I need to learn how to profit from panic. It's what everybody else does now. Alright, so losing my train of thought. Always getting distracted. So we've got two different backgrounds. That was BG2, right? Yep. It's been so long since I've done this. I know that's not correct. There we go. Alright. What? Oh, it's a border image generator. I thought it was a background image generator for a second. Ah! I need the parenthesis as well. I feel so bad. URL. I feel so bad. I feel so bad, so dumb for forgetting that. Now my path is probably wrong. Open a new tab because I want to see the actual path here. iSculpt. There we go. I think I can run all these inline without any punctuation, but I'm not sure. Yep, nope. Yeah, the example shows it without any commas or anything like that. We're on the body, right? Do I need to specifically do background image? I shouldn't. What is going on here? That's unexpected. Okay, I need to fix that. P-unit. Yeah, got it. So now we're subtracting our padding from the left and right from the 100% width, so we don't get the horizontal scroll bar. Alright, so cover was the wrong rule in there. That's probably something related to Flexbox. Okay, that's the same that I'm already doing. Okay. CSS background, cover, just keep going. Background size cover. That's not shorthand. W3 schools used to be complete garbage. It's less garbage anymore, but it's still not my go-to site. Is this not the one I was already looking at? It probably is, yeah. I can't even think what the other... Wow, it's been so long since I've had to write CSS manually. I can't even remember the other options other than cover. Let's see here. Object fit, background size cover. Okay, so that's not, we want the object fit. Interesting. Because we need display flex. Okay, this is not... I am just being all kinds of confused here. So background size cover does give us what we want, but it doesn't work when I add it to the rule, to the background rule. It's invalid there. That is so interesting to me. I was not aware of that little quirk. So yeah, now we've got it doing what we want. We've got nothing we can scroll on yet. We're going to need some variables for color in here. No. Now, you've got white as your default there, but you use darker colors down here. Yep. So what is this color? You used RGB values. I don't like RGB, so HSL picker. Can I still do this? We can. Awesome. So HSL. Wait. 7.3, yeah, that can go down to 7, and 64.9 can go to 65. So now our text is showing up. What is the font size? I just sanity check here. Font size 17.5. Perfect. That's exactly what I want because I've got a variable font size going on. That's why I did like my variables with the type scale, LS scale. And why do I have 2 LS scales in here? We only need 1. I know why it's in there. I know why it's in there, but we don't need to have it in there for a production code. Honestly, we don't need all the comments either, but I do want to keep some of my notes in here for the next person that may be looking at it. I don't need to have dates in here. To have dates anywhere else? The projects that I used to work on, having the dates in there made more sense. So how are you on your headings colors here? It looks like your headings colors are always white. So your primary color seems to be this not quite black. And is that on the body? Probably, possibly, maybe. Background color, this guy. And we're going to use HSL values. I love hslpicker.com. I love it so much. Now, did I put that on the body? I did. Okay. So that's probably going to be... Yeah. Did I save it? Yeah. Yeah. That's going to work, because if we come into our inspector here... Oh, no, I can't turn it off individually because I'm using the shorthand. So it's working, though. So you've got like this orange line under, which is kind of nice. Those are your H2s, I'm going to assume. So how am I going to do this? So I still haven't figured that out. Let's get the header, main, and footer. And the header is going to be sticky, floating, whatever. I'm going to do class equals ATF for above the fold. And we'll get rid of this font size nonsense here. This relax speed, what is even that? If I reload the page, does it fade in or something? Okay, dude. I see what you're doing. I don't like this kind of stuff, but you do, so I'm going to try and keep it. See, now I'm thinking, oh, we can do this without JavaScript. How old is this answer? From 2019. It should be fine. So let's just copy all this and go to our CSS. So we're just going to do this to the H1. Don't need that stuff on there. I think that's specific enough. Done. I didn't save this with the H1. Okay, so our colors here. Do I already have We got some. Okay. And did I set a color for white? I needed to set this color, and I didn't do that. 5.5 can go to 6, 10.8 can go to 11. So that will be our color 1. And I actually prefer to do just put the alpha in there because it's only a couple bytes of code. And then because I manually did that, I need to make this variable. Do variables not work in shorthand? Or did I do something wrong? Huh. I'm going to give up and doing the shorthand. Brain fart. Okay, so now where are you getting your text color from? Varcolor text. Okay, that makes sense. What? Why? Okay, still makes sense. I'm just... Where did I put that? Yeah. I'm just... I feel like I'm being watched. And I'm getting angry at myself too. Color white. Lightness is 100%, so... What am I doing wrong here? Saturation 50. It's not changing. Am I doing something really dumb here? Yeah, it's just color. That works. Why does this not work? Why am I getting hung up on these stupidly simple things that shouldn't be this hard? This is not... I would rather use the HSLA values. Do I need a comma before that one? We need a comma on all of them. And that's not the way this website is giving us the code. Okay. That's not the problem either. Oh man, where are we at here? So we don't need the commas. See, they have a slash here, but it's marked as legacy. Let's see if I need the commas. I think I might need the commas. And because I had more than one line there, that was interfering. Yeah, we need the commas. Okay. But why did it work fine for the others? Sanity check myself here. Yep. Okay, I used colors or commas. Alright. But it was working for the background color on the body. No. Actually, if I've got two body rules in here, yeah, let's not have two different rules for the body. So we got a 100 VH here, right? Min height 100 VH, yeah. You don't need to also put a max height on it. You get the color defined on it. We got percents for the padding, which is just garbage. So did I decide how I'm going to do this yet? ATF. Now, are these actually display flex? They are not. So why is this text so far down? Position absolute. No. I mean, I'm going to assume that whoever did this layout didn't even bother to look at it in a portrait-oriented viewport like I do. So this is where it shows up, which isn't quite centered. So why does the whole page redraw every time I resize? That's an artifact of your JavaScript stuff that probably was not intentional. Just trying to figure out how we want to deal with the centering and whatnot. Do I have something in my CSS already? I probably don't. Justify content is what we were after for that. Okay. We already did place items, and that's not... Let me... Okay. Okay, so that's... I was right when I did the place items. And I think we need justify as well. Oh, I need the display flex in here. Yes, we need both. Yeah, okay. But I don't want you on there, so... How am I going to do this? Oh, because I did display flex, I need to... Inspect, get this color. It's really annoying that this doesn't have the commas in it. So we only have two colors, really. I'm going to go with orange being the secondary. Oh, color 2. Let me copy that so I don't typo it. Where did I set the... I don't remember where I set the color white on you. Okay, that's for all the headings. Yeah, and that makes total sense. Okay. So, you have that bigger So we need uppercase. I don't know what this Math Auto is. That's a new one to me. I wanted to get this capitalized for all the default settings on headings. It's in here somewhere. So now rock shows will be proper capitalization. Now, what do I have set for big and small in here? I think this may make a nice effect. What is the actual size? 73 pixels. We're at 43, go with 44. So 1.65, that is not the multiple that we went with. But I mean, trying to keep a balance here of my opinions versus what the original design actually is. Now, section has no padding on it, which is good. Main has padding on it. Let's make that header sticky. Can we scroll yet? We cannot, but if I just put min height to that here, then we're going to have some scrolling. Is it really that easy, or is that a different effect than what I'm after? So easy, so easy. Okay, so now that we've done that, is now removed from our layout calculations, right? No. It is not. So I've got like a complicated calculation I'm thinking about doing here for the height on ATF. Yeah, that's not. This is not going to work the way I was thinking. I mean, that actually kind of works. I'm going to leave it. Now, is it Justify? It is Justify. And very little difference here, other than the font sizes being a bit different. There's computed font size of 48. .43. And I don't have type scale open anymore. We're at 1.2, I think. Huh. Sanity check time, 2 of 11. Okay, I'm getting so lost in the weeds here. I wanted to try something else. Font size is now 84. Now it's 63. Now we're at 42. So half of 42 would be 24 point something. It's just, I feel like my calculations are all off just from working on this one thing, because this should be over 48 pixels. As body size 16, 1.2 minor gives us 47.7 pixels here. And I'm trying to figure out where my stupid error is. Since we're getting 43.7. I mean, we've still got a nice visual rhythm set up, which is why I do the type scale thing. And automate all this stuff rather than trying to, manually set all of these decimal points. And I don't think I've used that at all anywhere else. That's not part of the issue. We got line height on the body. So we have line height on these. I don't think that doesn't affect your font size though. See, if you turn that off, come back here, font size is still at 43. This should have come out to 48 plus. And probably 49 actual. Okay, so I'm checking out some other things for fluid type scale stuff. This is a website example generator that did not exist before. So this is really interesting. I like it. And it's using Clamp. So the thing, yeah, I don't know what this VI is. The VI unit. Oh, this is so interesting. This is such a rabbit hole that I didn't anticipate going down right now. Okay, I'm running down all the differences slowly but surely. I need to get the Lato font in here, so because Lato is what they used on the original page. We need to allow all these scripts. And somewhere in here it'll give me the code to copy paste. Is it at the bottom? No. Type tester about license language. Get font. So yeah, I still need to do this stuff here. What is normal? Font style? Okay. So we're still at 43 and we got the proper fonts at least now. Still trying to figure out why this is coming up to 43 point something and not 48 or 49. Okay, I believe this page, or at least this site, was possibly the one I picked up my scaling font sizes methodology from originally, where I did all this crazy stuff where I multiplying the variable by itself several times, because just multiplying by 4, by 2, etc. didn't work out. But her stuff has been updated since then to include clamp. Back when I figured this out, I wasn't finding solutions using clamp. And I still don't want to use clamp for like a global thing necessarily. I use clamp to fix issues that I discover later. And the way I do this as it is, it was pretty rare that those issues ever came up. Because clamp just adds another layer of complexity that I don't want to deal with if I don't have to. And just looking at the code that she has here, I'm certain that I did not just copy paste her code and not change it at all, because she doesn't do multiplying the variable by itself. She just, I mean, she is technically doing like multiplication here, and it's only going to show us the SCSS here, not the compiled CSS, so that kind of is a little irritating, just for the sake of what I'm trying to show here. I've got overflow rep set to unset right now. That may have been to deal with something in WordPress though. Set that to break word for now. Throw that in there just because why not? And when I notice my inconsistencies, I need to fix them. Here's a potential alternative solution to my issue. I think it's more complicated to understand than what I'm already doing, though, for someone else reading the code that doesn't know as much as I do about CSS. Just kind of still working it through my head here, trying to figure out if I want to use this or not, or try it. I am almost wondering if something has changed within the CSS ecosystem or whatever that somehow changes the way my calculations work, and I know I shouldn't be thinking that way. It's got to be an error that I'm making, because we've got our type scale here. You know what, let me just Let's just set that to 16 pixels and see if we come up with 48. No, it actually got smaller, which I expect that. So, 1.2 is our type scale. And we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 16 times 1.2, 5 times. Alright, let's add another one in here. This may finally be my error. That was the error. Okay. So all of these need one more multiplication. I wonder, it wouldn't surprise me if I actually purposely took those out. I think that's what's going on here. I think I actually purposely removed one of these levels of multiplications for working on WordPress sites with so now if I go through here, 39, now our numbers are matching the type scale numbers, which is what I'm after. Yeah. So your H6 is still bigger than your standard default normal body size. And what I'm thinking is with how we did things at the last company I worked for as far as design goes, and within WordPress and Elementor, it was better to get rid of that one extra level of multiplication and have the H6. I mean, H6 was never used on any website. Most websites never went beyond H3. Actually, most never went beyond H2 until we got to blog content. Then we were more likely to see H3s getting used. You know what? I can't even make a blanket statement like that. I should just shut my mouth. But now that we're doing this, I also want to add classes that will replicate our heading levels. So let's just do that. So we can override things. Oh, I want that one to be a 6. So now that we've technically fixed that, I want to check this font size again. What is 73.25? It looks a little bigger now. Yeah, it's a little bigger at 76. But where's our big? If we take off the big, yeah, that's not going to help us. I think I'm going to keep it just a little bit bigger, because what are we at here? 76, and originally 73. I mean, you're not going to complain about 3 pixels, bruh. And the way my stuff works, it'll now be a little bit bigger. Where are we at here? 76.4. Right? 76.4. I thought these scaled with the viewports. But that is not happening. Yeah, I know why. Because I did that as a sanity check, to double check I was seeing what I was seeing. Okay, so now we're at 52. 48 was the target. This is fine. You'll see that the font size goes down and goes up as I resize the browser window. Lovely. it's working as intended. It's a feature. Now, let's go back to the HTML and get rid of all the crap that I had in here as a sanity check. Alright, next. I think I want to tackle the nav menu next. This is not going to be fun. And I have not... I think I might have a plugin or something that's causing things to reload when I tab to them. I don't know what is going on. Anyway, I haven't coded one of these manually in many years. So I'm going to try and look for something that's up to date to use as a reference. So how are they doing that? With the input type checkbox, is this still... is that still what best practice is? I mean, for CSS only it probably is. Yeah, button. Is this the full thing built out? So it's not fully built out. Just give me the full thing. Okay, so that's built out. Still using a checkbox input. Okay. Trying to decide if I really want to do this, because I always thought the input type equals checkbox method was a bit hacky. See, and this goes all the way back to 2015 of doing this. I think they have a dash in the URL. Yeah, search. And they just send you to Google. So it looks like they haven't really done anything on it since 2020. Oh, that's cute, huh? HTML. Oh. Oh, that's interesting. Wow. And we're not using a checkbox, just a button. Oh, okay, on click. We've got JavaScript. But this is all... I think that's all inline JavaScript. I don't know these things intuitively. Let's just... Let's see what mess I can make here. That is neat. So I don't really... What happens if we get rid of the style? Okay. It's giving me something to work with, at least. I really like the idea of this inlined SVG thing, but I don't know enough to just make it 3 lines. And the way this one worked, it has a hover effect on those 3 lines. Okay, so I'm going to copy all that CSS out. Wrong inspector. All this position absolute stuff I do not like, sir. I do not like position absolute. But I think with the animation effect, it may be necessary. Oops. I probably didn't want a format like that, but it's irritating. Let's get the menu CSS too. Line 1. Yeah, there's... It's fixed. Okay, so there's still some nonsense going on that I missed. What is this share button? Oh. Yeah, all that crap that aren't actually links. It's just so... Dude, bro. Do you even, like, QA your own code? No, you don't. Oh, I know. Because I'm dumb. That I didn't actually copy the rules for each individual line. My fault. Okay, so we still need the hover effect. Okay. I think we can do that. Yep. Because we were doing the same transform on both lines. If you just do where, you can do that a little bit more compactly as far as the code goes. So right now when we click, it does nothing. Doesn't even do any class stuff because this was all JavaScript dependent before. However, we can copy all that stuff there. And I think we can even change that to a button to instead of a div. Now when we inspect it and click it, we should see menu opened. Okay. So let's inspect all this fun stuff. So this is menu active. Oh, what is this? We've got some hidden things here. What? What is going on here? I'm getting confused. So the A is located up over there, then the div gets moved under here. Man, let me inspect this guy. Let's remove the hover. So menu.active. Copy a bunch more rules. And since this is getting long, I'm going to put a start and an end comments in here. Line 2. Active is the class we used in the CSS. So now when we click you become menu.active. And I can get rid of this button here. Alright, was there anything weird in the CSS I needed to address? Probably not. So what is that structure that we have there? Just divs, which is fine. So width 50% is the same on all of them. Delete those. Transforms, all of this stuff. Ease in out. It's still behaving the same. I can't believe it's been an hour already, again. Where did I do that where before? Right here. Again, we can do this to simplify this bit of CSS here, to cover both those lines, get rid of this bit of code here, and double check, it's still behaving the same. So how are we going to do all these buttons over here that open up? Because when I inspected it, it's not doing something that I think is logical, which is extremely unfortunate. So, are we position absolute on this? Position fixed? Yeah, there's something... this is my error. I need to get that inside of my header. That's part of the problem. So this is our second column. And it's outside of our column because it's got some nonsense going on. This is going to take some time to remake it sensibly. And what I mean by sensibly, number one, we don't need fixed on the menu button because we've already got fixed on the parent container. And so once I remove that, bam, it's inside our container where we want it. But as you can clearly see, all the lines got messed up on it. So okay, so now It's at least inside. So we could place content center is not working because of the position on the button. Absolute. And we need relative in order for absolute to work on the button and keep the style of things from changing too much. Whoever did this did use display flex on the button, so good job there. I still hate the position absolute. And the animation still works too, so where's our thing here? Do I want to do a utility class or just make it inline? I think I would just make it inline. And I think that's the only real change. No, I had to do something else. Oh, I had to change that button. To absolute instead of fixed. There we go. Now everything is inside of my flex containers. I don't like that it's overflowing and off center though. So do we have a fixed height on this? Probably. 50 by 50. I don't like it. Don't like it. It's not a multiple of 16 or 8. We got 32 by 32 over here. It's 48 divisible by 16. I don't think it is. It's divisible by 8 though. Ah, 3. Okay. 48 will work. Now watch this throw everything else off a little bit. Yep. So, yeah. That's interesting. What? Because I'm seeing 25 and then 65 here, and I'm like, that doesn't make sense. Why didn't you do 25, 50, 75, or 33 and 66? That evens out those. No, it's still a little bit off. Is the top changed again on the hover? Only for the active does the tops get changed. And if you're having a hard time seeing it, because I know I do sometimes, we can see what's going on here. The space up here is about 5 pixels, and down here it's more than 5. It's probably just 6, but I still notice it. For some reason my click and drag wasn't working. Yeah, it's 6. But that's part of the reason why that line is kind of taking up more than 1 pixel of space there. You've got things are not even because this wasn't done gracefully. Maybe it was more graceful before with the 65 and 35, but it was still not correct. It was still misaligned. Like I said, this is going to take a lot of work to do it my way better. I don't think adding decimals is going to work, but let's try it. Yeah, that middle one is still kind of not 1 pixel. which is line 2, but they all have a height of 1 pixel set. Well, that was a wonderful phone call that made another 45 minutes disappear. So, we need to rebuild this menu button more intelligently here, using numbers that are divisible by 16 or 8 at minimum. So, we've got our 48 by 48. That's not going to change. What does the top and right do? I'll make the right 0 and get rid of the top. Alright, didn't do anything bad. So 48 divided by 3 is 16. Could it be this easy? Just double checking my insanity there. Looks evenly spaced. I can't tell if it's blurred or anything till I... Yeah, they're not. It's actually 2 pixels tall instead of 1. So, what is 25% of 48? That's 12. That won't really impact the height. What if I remove 1 pixel from the first one? And it still seems to be off by 1 somehow. It does say it's 11 by 1 pixels. That scale X is bothering me. Hey, there we go. Now we got a little blurriness on the right edge of that one still. Now is that the transform that's doing that, or is that something else? Well, the transform is certainly not helping anything. Let's try 0.8, just to see if that removes that little blurry edge, because you'd be surprised how often it did not in this case. I'm looking for a magic number here, I guess, that will not leave that edge blurry or interpolated or whatever you want to call it. Oh, did that do it? 77 is our magic number. We no longer have a little blurred, interpolated right end on that line. Let's check it when it's a single line. It's probably fine. And it is. So it has 14 pixels on the left, 12 pixels on the right. I'm not going to worry about it. But I did notice, and that's why. The top and bottom seems uneven too. That bothers me more than the left and right. So we're 18 on top. What about 14 on the bottom? 13. So how are we doing that top? Top is 16 pixels. What if we don't set a top on that third one, but instead make bottom 16 pixels? How far off does that put us? That puts us way far off. Wow. Okay. So the difference is 4. We can move everything by 4 pixels. Now it still looks uneven, but I'm going to measure it to make sure and see if our numbers are off and by how much. So that is now 14 pixels. That is 17. Interesting. Okay. What is our HTML in here? So the button already has display flex on it. See, what I'm thinking is we can do like a space between for the vertical spacing instead of this positioning crap. So let's get rid of all these guys here. Go to the button. Let's try that one on the button, which is just dot menu, I think. I don't know what we're going to get here because I'm mixing and matching rules. Huh. There is no... Alright, time for the Google. Let's see if that CSS Tricks article comes up. It does not. So. Am I still blocking something? I am. So place items is not what I want. So annoying. I feel like I'm having a massive brain fart here. Justify content. I mean, justify content should be what I want. Aha! That's not helping us. Okay. Let's go under CSS on the line, get rid of absolute. Let's get rid of you. Was I ready to get rid of that? I don't think so. Get rid of this guy. Okay, the animation still works. And we're not going to have any weird vertical spacing issues doing it that way. Where are we at here? So the only thing... That doesn't look right. So I think we'll just want to go with some kind of offset padding. It was 12 pixels originally. That's interesting. Just in the way it changed to still be more pleasant even though it was wrong. Okay. Looking for a magic number here. 8 pixels might do it, but we are no longer looking like the original menu. The original hamburger. The lines were wider before. Why has that changed? Just making them position absolute. Okay, so 50%. Let's try 24 pixels, since that would be half of 48. That looks better. So now, we still need some margin. So 4 pixels of margin looks pretty good. But I'm wondering if I can change the spacing with padding top. So top, bottom, let's do 8 pixels and 0 for left. Can't do 0. Eight pixels for all? That's real close. Oh, no, not there. Let's do it right here. It's still not the same, but it's close. And it looks like I got another blurry edge, which is making me angry. They're not actually that different. So we're like 2 pixels smaller, and that's because we went from 50 to 48. And that line actually got longer. All the lines got longer. I always clicked the wrong button there. Okay, what did we do here? Where was that margin? Let's see if we can get that centered a little bit better. No. Because if I put padding on it, that's going to make the lines longer, and that's not what we want. So... padding on the menu. What is going on with you? It's because of our positioning, isn't it? It's hard to see with the overlay stuff on it. That line does not actually go outside the padding, but it looks off-center. Look at that. Okay. Okay. Where's that? See, that still looks off-center. Just in the other direction. What is the width on these lines right now? Width is 24 pixels. Okay. That width says 48 by 48, but that's not the width on the inside of the box. Should be 32. 29, 28. So that's 48. And then we're taking 8 pixels away. So that's 40 here. 8 pixels away over here is 32. But that looks off too. I don't like going down to 28, but if it works. That's 10 pixels. And that's 10 pixels. Alright, we are centered. And what was that? 28 pixels. Oh, but I had changed something else too. Shit. If only there was a way that I could rewatch what I just did. Gonna have to do it again, figure it out again. Alright. Did I actually change the padding here? Don't make me go to 6 on this. God, that's not what I did. Come on. Okay, margin left, I think I took that off and then changed it to 28. I think. And now we are centered. Check it one more time. Yeah, 10 pixels. Alright, now we still need to oops. That's the active class. What? Why? That is so interesting. That is so interesting. Line 2. That is definitely a different effect. And it's because the animation was dependent on the top numbers. Let's see if putting them back screws us. I have broken the animation in my pursuit of perfection. That space between, I can't use it. Some bitch. And I'm spending a ridiculous amount of time on this too. I'm going to space evenly, I guess. It's, and now I'm going to have to do position absolute, I think. Otherwise, animation gets broken. Yep. So, we still have issues, though. Just because we did all that, don't mean it fixed. Now we're back to figuring this crap out. And I didn't like the look of moving them all up a couple pixels before. We'll try that again. Oh. Alright, let's zoom in and pixel peep again. Got 16 top and bottom, probably. 15. I'm not going to worry about it. Not going to worry about it. You got 10 on the right, and we should have 10 on the left too, because I didn't mess with that. Yeah. So. So why is that shrinking? Menu.active still has a width on it that I don't approve of. Get rid of that guy. Get rid of this one. Get rid of you. Always be cleaning. So now we've got our functional menu button. Only 4 hours in. Is it replicated exactly? No, it's not. It's not going to be. It's replicated better. I could probably give a little bit on the top and bottom spacing. Let's actually, what did I do here? Let's put you back at 16 and you back at 32. And that should still look perfectly even with no... That is too close. And we were only by 2. And I know that bottom one should have been a bottom instead of a top, but I can actually fix that. But I think that breaks our animation. Oh, that's interesting. It doesn't really break the animation, but the bottom reference is different than the top reference for some reason, so that won't work. Let me double check that I'm not getting any blurry edges on those lines. I think there might be one. Yeah, there is one. So I remember the magic number was 77. Where was that set? Did I end up getting rid of that? The width is 28 pixels. It's an even number, but it's not divisible by 8. Or is it divisible by 4? It is divisible by 4. Let's make it 24. Because, as I often say, when you work with multiples of 8, you're less likely to... 19.2 pixels wide. Why? It's because of that transform scale X on line 3. If we don't do scale, will that animate? No, it won't. Boom! Fixed it. Alright. God. I wish I could make those lines a little bit closer, more like the original, but I think I need to stop worrying about that and just move on. Because right now everything is working. Shouldn't let perfection get in the way of completion. So next we need to replicate this stuff here. The menu that shows up below. And wow. How am we going to do that? I don't think we want to div inside the button for this. And it's really frustrating how this is done originally, because there's no box around it to get a sense of this of how big the box needs to be. So we're 50 by 400. Nope, roughly. $50 by $374. Just a note for myself here. It's actually going to be 48. And do the math on the 374. $384. So that's my target size for the box below. Menu contents will be the box below. And should that be inside the column? I believe so. So what are we doing here? I think we're going to have to position absolute it, and I hate that. It's 48 plus 16, 64. That looks good. Display flex. $48. So now, for our links inside, we can just copy those. I can't actually copy them all at once. You know what? Am I... Yeah, I can just copy them from over here. Re. Derp. Do I have a background color on these? No. Did they put it on the div? Yes. I don't like the color picker here. HSL 220. 22511. 22511. 22611, so that's going to be color 1. Is that where is the border on that too? It is. Color 1 is dark. Why are my things working this way? It's really irritating. Alright, so we need color 2 for that border. Very nice. And I think I've just got the wrong flex direction. Yeah. I derp that a lot. Probably more often than I derp my left and right. The image paths need to be fixed. Right, because this is how I saved the page. We're going to need a rule for those. I'm on the wrong page. So those are 20 by 20. And since they're done with image source, this should be done with height and width attributes. Helps if you type properly. Nope, that won't work. That might work. No, it's not working. Fuck. I was hoping to get a multi-select to make this go a little bit quicker, but I'm too stupid to figure that out right now. It's fine. Okay, so we've done that. So we don't need these divs in here. We've got a hover effect going on, and we still don't need those divs. So Alright, didn't break anything. I always get a little nervous when doing my multi-select and deletes. Alright, we're gonna have to do a hard. And that's something's not right in here. Didn't break anything visibly on the page. Image tags should be self-closing tags. This isn't the problem, I don't think. Yeah, what is wrong with this? Is it because... No, it shouldn't be because I've got inline styles. I think it's my, I think it's the algorithm, whatever you call it, for the reformatting. Doesn't like divs inside of a button. So, let's make these spans. Because it shouldn't matter, and that is menu. Did I do a menu div rule? Looks like I did not. Everything still works there. Alright. So we've got display flex on that. See, it reloaded the page and it's really irritating me. I don't know why it's doing that. Yeah, already had that open. We don't need to. Let's try the align items, I think, is what we're after. There we go. Let me copy that before I forget it. Just trying to think here. I think that's probably the right way to do it. Oh, man. I need to do display flex again. That'll give us our circle shape. Display flex, width 100%. I might not want the width actually. Okay. So let's go back. How big are these circles? $50 by $50, so 48 is our target. But we went and made the circles 20 by 20, which is not divisible by 16. $24 is at least divisible by 8, so that's what I'm going to go with. And then we want another 24 pixels of padding. So that would be 12. You want to be super accurate about it. Minus 2 pixels for the 1 pixel border. Oh, wait, it's a 2 pixel border, so we gotta subtract 4. Alright. Gap. We need a gap. I was kind of trying to decide whether or not I should use my variable that I had set up. Okay, so what did we do for the space at the top? That's what I'm trying to replicate. I thought we had offset by 16. The top is 64. 48 and 16. Yeah, it is 16. Okay, so gap will be 32. Huh. Did I put a height on it? What is going on here? Oh, I'm doing it on the wrong element, I think. Display flex. Derp, so 16 was correct. I thought that was really strange. So now we can get rid of that background. Get rid of this other stuff here. So, how interesting. Let's inspect that. So the image size is 20 by 20. And that size, but my image size is 24. Okay. In a way, I think it would be fine to have the menu buttons bigger. However, I think I'm going to go, no. I don't want to make the images 16 instead of 24. I mean, what happens if we give it some padding, right? I like that look better. So now, when we hover, we want the icon to get big. I ended up with a double space there. Lovely typo, isn't it? So we're 24 by 24. Plus 8 would be 32. Because their image is not, it's not an actual SVG that we're targeting in this instance. Okay, so this is going to be a transform. Because I think if we do the transform, it won't It won't make the whole circle bigger, which that's how they did it over here, so. Well, that's only scaling X. I think we just do scale. Need some easing on that. I don't think we need it to be that slow, but let's see what it looks like. That's not working. Yeah, it's a bit slow. That's better. But we need a different rule for that. Because it was only being applied to one direction when we had it at the other locations. So we also need to change the background to color 2. Looks like there is a bit of easing on the background color as well. Do they inherit? I don't know. I don't remember if transitions inherit. Looks like they do not. Will they inherit if I implot? It's an interesting effect, but it's not quite the same. Or is... Alright. It looks different. Why? For the background, let's do the background a little bit slower, maybe? Wait. Background. And the size seems to be jumping. Man. I like it. I think it's fine. So now we just need to make it so this makes something happen. So, We have nothing set up for display none already. So the problem is this animates in. And maybe we could do it with a height. Okay, first I need to get something working so that when I click it up on the button, it adds a class to the contents as well. Or not. Menu.active. Menu.active. Says siblings, so the plus is wrong, right? I'm a little confused here, but let's go with it. This is menu and then menu contents. I thought it was plus. That's a descendant or child. Adjacent sibling plus. Yeah. P plus P. Yeah, I was right. It should be the plus. General sibling. Okay, so the plus should be correct. Let's reload the page. Height 0. Height auto. Okay. I know that's not correct. Menu contents, it does have a transition on it. Okay. It's not animating at all by doing height auto. I mean, fit content, I don't think it's going to work, but animating height, I think, is something that isn't going to work for us. We're going to have to animate the bottom. Right. Unset's not going to work for us for animating either. See, if we do this, it might work because we've already got the ease in and out. Well, that was unexpected. 48 by 0. 48 by 0. Okay. Look. I hate position absolutes so much. I shouldn't have to set top 0. That is a default. And I can see there's something back there. And it's still back there when position absolute is gone. Let's get rid of top 0. Now that's gone. Let's see if that at least works to animate anything. Well, something animated. The height is still 0. Oh, we can keep... No, we don't need type scale open anymore, but I'll keep the HSL open. Huh. Ooh. I never knew that. That's amazing. Or if I did, I've long forgotten. So now, let me get rid of that overflow hidden, see if we still need it. We might. Yeah. Overflow is going to be a problem because I have them bigger. Top and bottom 0, just want the left and right. That's actually not a bad effect, but I want it to come from center out. See, so we get rid of the padding. And the reason it comes from the right so we need 8, otherwise we cut off the border. I don't think that'll work, but the maths will work out. Yeah. I guess, yeah, because we're only yeah, okay. Only need to compensate for one side of the padding. And I was thinking 4 was doing it because I was dividing padding by 2, but no. So, almost no JavaScript, and it's real similar to how it looked originally. So they were moving the entire thing by 75 pixels. So the next one's going to be more. Yeah, 150. It's going to be a multiple. Okay. I mean, we could do that. I don't like it as much. That's a lot more code. Oh, and they had a transition delay on each one too. Just trying to think if there's a clever way I could do it in a smaller amount of code, and I can't think of anything. Let's get rid of this stuff I know that I don't need. Okay, let's think here. So the size of these things are 60 by 60, which I'm not crazy about because it's not a multiple of 8 or 16, but it's fine because it's fine. Stop. I could probably make them a bit bigger though to make them 64, and then we're gonna have to mess with the padding a little bit, or the gap. I want to think about changing the position top instead of just animating the height of the container. These are all just A's. Semantically, this should probably be a list instead of just A elements. I swear to God, I have a tooth I think is going to fall out. I really didn't want this to take 2 days, but at this point, it's going to take 2 days just to work on one page. Let me check one other thing here. Is there a fixed height? There is not, so the height must be defined in here. How are we getting a height? We've got 32 by 32, but we're at 39 up here. Why is that? Is it because of a line height? Probably. It's not the line height. Yeah. Oh, yep. Display block. I typoed that line height anyway. Okay, so why? Did I not? Okay, I didn't mess anything up there, at least. If I put that glass on the wrong div, that's why nothing is changing, and it might be the wrong thing to be. Nope, it was the right thing to change. Now I no longer have that extra bit of space coming from those. But this guy here, he's 48, so I do want a height. And I don't like doing it this way, but visually it's going to work out such that this is all the same height all the way across, and things are aligned to the center of that. If I put a border on things, it becomes obvious. So the question is, what happens? Grr. Arr. Where's the shrink and grow? Right there. I have never mastered grow and shrink. Flex wrap. We're on the wrong element for that one, right? So now everything still looks vertically centered. Header.vs row. Alright, so we good. We even get a little bit of scrolling, even though I'm not sure that we actually need it. Do I still have a 100 VH? I do not. Not too concerned about it right now, but it is a little concerning. Yeah, it's the min height on here, so we need to get rid of that guy for now. On ATF. Or change it. How many pixels off are we? It feels like a magic number, and it probably is. That's okay. It's because I was messing with the height of our header here to make things line up nicely, vertically centered. Yeah, so we're going to need a class on every single one of these A's, I think. I mean, and if I'm going to do this, let's make it semantically correct. This isn't stuff that adds a significant amount of time. It's all the thinking I'm having to do, and it's really adding time to this crap. And my formatting is not working. It really bothers me that my formatting is not working. Okay. I think that should do it. Menu contents. There we go. Now we got a nice semantic list. And I need to think a bit here. .60 by 60 is our icon size. So 60 plus 16 is 76. I hate thinking like this so much. I really wish it were easier to animate this stuff, but I don't think it is right now. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So in theory, That's what I expected. So we're already positioned absolute there. Let's see where they end up. Oh, that's a little weird. I was not expecting that. Huh, why are they invisible? I was not expecting them to go invisible like that. I was expecting them to stack on top of each other. And it's not a z-index problem. I did not actually set a z-index on anything else. Yeah, I didn't. I don't. Why are they invisible? Do we need a height set? No, because the height is there. Display contents. Okay. Ah. But why is this not making sense to me? Why is this not making sense to me? What is wrong with my brain? Yeah, height's not making it. It makes me think there's like a visibility hidden on them, but that's not what's going on. Okay, it's the overflow hidden. Overflow hidden. But the height is set to fit content. But now we can see they're all stacked and not disappearing at least. 38, huh? Okay, so let's remove overflow hidden for now. It's on that UL. I think we might need display none. But not yet. Okay, we're solid on the top 64, I think. Unless we want to go down to 48. Menu contents. I don't know if I copied all my rules out, but we're going to find out here shortly. It's trying to figure out what my rhythm is going to be here. So these are 60 by 60, which I'm not happy about. I would rather than be 64. How could I change these to 64? That guy's 48. 48 plus 16 is 64. And I don't even remember what I was thinking here. So our base size with the icon is 24. And then here we add padding somewhere. Why am I blind? Why am I blind? Padding of 16. It's right. It was so 24 plus 32. That's 56. So a padding of 18. Yeah. Menu contents A. 18. Get us to 64 by 64. And that still looks fine for the animation. Centering might be a little off. I'm not going to worry about that right now. Just because this may make our positioning easier to figure out. So, 64 plus 16 is 80. Where's that LI plus LI rule that there we go. Man. Do we have the animate on the... No. Let's see if that at least animates. Because if it doesn't, I'm going to kill myself. There we go. So we just need to get the positioning figured out here. Oh, it's still saying top of 32. Menu contents LI. Because I'm on the wrong LI. There we go. $128. It's at least visible by 16. And see, now that I've made that guy bigger, I'm going to end up making this guy bigger too. Alright. I can't change them all at once. What are you even thinking? So 128, double that to 256. Now I need to math. 384. $512. Is this going to be 768? 640. Alright. I messed up a little bit here. Alright. Need to rethink here. And actually measure. That's 96. So 128 plus 96. And 96 divided by 16 is 6. Okay, so 128 plus 96, 224. I just had a thought here. Am I mathing correctly here? I'm not copy pasting correctly, but we can fix that a lot easier than the mathing. Beautiful. So where's that LI? Menu contents active is what I'm looking for. Menu active, right? No, it's menu contents. Okay. I'm not sure this is right, but it's my initial thought. Yeah, it's not working. It doesn't feel right. All right. Okay, so negative 40 and 48. That is real close to feeling and looking the same. Just things are a little bit bigger. And I don't think that's a problem. How tall is this area here? Almost 600 pixels tall, so that height could be an issue on some really small resolution devices. Let's try somewhere in here. I mean, this is the smallest that Chrome's going to give us is the SE, I think. Which is 667. At 600 Nest Hub, it's still within the clickable range, so it's 600. I would like it to fit within 480 height. But I think maybe don't even worry about that right now. Consider that done. I mean, and we haven't had to use any third-party JavaScript. This is what happens when you don't stop your learning about HTML and CSS and JavaScript beyond a certain point, and you're actually willing to spend 2 to 3 hours banging your head against the wall working through each little problem step by step so you don't have to use third-party JavaScript libraries that add megabytes to the size of your page code. Alright, cleaning up the CSS a little bit, and I was going to make a note here, and I think I've already forgotten the note I was going to make. Item space. Okay. See, now that I've done this, I think I should be able to... I still think I should be able to simplify these. Let me try that again. 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Let's get rid of all this. And you put this in parentheses times 6. So right now, we should be at what, 48, I think, for the size? 52, sorry. No, when we do that, we're at 126. $105. $63. And now we're too small. We're at 42. 48 was the target. I think we can still simplify this, but I just need to do it a little bit differently, perhaps. See, so we do this guy, Oh, man. That's you. That's you, and this is you. Yeah, we're just doing the same thing as before. This really makes me irrationally angry. So we got to get down to 2, and at 2, we are too small. I still think... No, that's it for that one, but... This doesn't make sense for the smallers. Because this would be times 1 on the H2. Let's go do this silly crap again. What? Come on. What did I break? There's something in there that's not right. Oh, come on, it was fine earlier. Nah, I missed a closing bracket. Alright, I don't do that very often. So, you know, yeah, this is not... See, so this should be 4, right? So if we want to do 1.5, and I closed the type scale. That's... type scale. 1.2, alright. And we need to change this to pixels for the calculated values to see how far off we are. Font size 50, close enough. 38, 39. Fuck. $52. But this at least looks better on the page than what I was getting before. I know I'm crazy, but it's fine. And I thought I had actually nailed these almost perfectly. Perhaps it's only perfectly... Yeah. It's a lot closer to perfect when we're at 16 exactly. Come here. Where are you at? 39. Yeah. There's a lot more text I don't need in here. I don't think I'm going to do what I used to do for the Elementor things. I still wish I understood why this doesn't work. It's because I'm bad at math, I know that much. But I should be able to just multiply this times itself 6 times and then multiply by 1. And by putting it in the parentheses like I had tried earlier, should have been invoking the order of operations type stuff, but I don't know. Is there any other time when I can figure this out that's going to be a better time? No, there is not. So why don't I just keep banging my head against this wall right now, right? I'm not under any pressure to get this done. Nobody's paying me to do this right now. Let me think about that. Alright, I'm at 5 hours in the recording. And 6 hours time. I'm going to give this one more shot. So let's get rid of all these guys. And then do another in here. Then that needs to happen. So what we want to do is do this multiplication 6 times. What? Yeah, that's what should have happened. Or even 3 times. I mean, but it's not working out. Why? Alright. We're at 76.032. 76.032 divided by 3 is 25 point something. And that's just not right. That's not right. My base font size here is 17.6. Let's do the 16 again. Just a little bit of a sanity check. See, now we should be a multiple of 16 at least. Where? Font size 69. Why? That's fine. That's fine. 69.12 divided by 3. 23.04. What? Why is the math not simple? Why is it not simple enough for my dumb monkey brain to comprehend? We're at 1.2 on our scale, type scale, 1.2, right? Why is 3 times 1.2 1.2 times 1.2 times 1.2. 1.2 times 1.2 times 1.2 is 1.728. Why am I getting a crazy number? Why can't I do this backwards and figure it out? Why am I so dumb? Anyway, so it's 69.12. I just want to see what happens when I do this 2.5, because it's a little bit illogical to me, but I mean, in a way, it's still somewhat logical. I'm just not getting the numbers that make me happy. See, so a long time ago, I started this spreadsheet back before I figured out all this complicated calculation stuff. And at 1.2, this is essentially the scale factor that we're working with, I think. And just so you can see this was shamelessly stolen from a web page, possibly on GitHub, I don't remember. And I was trying to figure out how to do this calculation in CSS, but I was like, I'm not that smart. So I reverted to working with multiplication tables, basically, kind of thing here. So this scale, what is this? F12 by F3. But what's the base font size? The base font size here is 16. And that comes from up here, right? No. What? It's F6, F3. Why isn't the base being used here? Okay, so I set the base here, and this is just a note to myself, I guess, that the base is 16 and not 1 EM. C3, okay, yeah. That's fine, that's fine. See, and then here, 16 times 1.2. Then you take the 19.2 times 1.2 again to come up with that, and that's how the scaling works. All the way up to your 47.7776. This is bothering me now. Oh, H6. Okay. It's making me so upset that I can't figure out how to simplify this. And I don't want to keep spending time on this just because I am recording it. And yeah, I won't have a better time than this to do it ever, probably, but it is what it is. So now we're going to be closer to that 48 number. That was our target to begin with a long time ago, many hours ago, 47.7. And that's only because we did this. And now we're going to be 50 something, which is fine. That is absolutely fine. 52. It's absolutely fine to go a little bit bigger, but I did not want to go smaller than 48 because 48 is where we started with the original page, and I don't want to do anything that I legitimately think is worse than this original page on the left here. And again, it reloaded. Is it because I have U open? No, it's not. Maybe this version of Firefox Nightly that I'm on has some stuff it's doing with tabs loading and reloading. I'm still tickled that I got this to work so similarly without using a JavaScript library. And the only bit of JavaScript involved is inlined here on the button, on the on-click. Matter of fact, I'm just going to comment out that JavaScript line there because I don't even have a JavaScript file in that directory. We got your HTML file and your CSS file. There's no JavaScript file. And if we reload the page, it's still going to work. Look at that. Look at that. So not only do we not have any third-party JavaScript libraries going on here at this time, we don't even have an additional network request for a separate JavaScript file. Again, at this point in time, I may end up using a JavaScript file eventually. But right now, we're rocking. So next, we need to make a section for each of these menu items to link to. So, we've got top, which is home. I don't know exactly how that's going to work out. Let's do band first. So, main, now we want section. One, two, three. Do that 3 more times. I'm bad at counting sometimes. Don't hate until I'm done. We got music and contact. I think this shall work. Okay. Let me come over here and whip up something. Section has ID. I think that will work. Bam! Okay, good, good, good. So now when we open this, look at that. You scrolled right to it, but we need a scroll offset. And right now, we're at 118 tall there, which is not ideal. And I don't remember how to do this. And do we put this on the HTML? That's what I was thinking. There we go. Now I thought I was seeing some nastiness on this background image. I'm not sure why that is. Why has that changed? I broke something. And I don't think it's the scroll padding. I think it's probably this, if anything. Yeah, it was that. Okay, so... I don't hate that roll, but... it's not working for me. That's weird. I was not expecting that. So... we have the background image on the main. No, it's on that first section. No. It's on the body background? Yeah. I'm going to need to rethink this. See, we can't put it on that section. We can't put it on the main. There should be a way that I can do it header. No. No. And I think I may have my paddings reversed on the sections. Ah! Where did I put that? It's on main, that's why. Main. Yeah. That may screw up some of my other calculations. Not sure. So we need a gap on main. Do I have a gap? VS gap to rem. Why did I do padding 8 pixels? Oh, we're on menu. What? Here. Now, what was I even doing? Gap. So that didn't work. Riri. Uh-oh. Flex direction. Okay, so now you can see that there's a gap between each section. So sections will never slam into each other that way. Just trying to think what I want to do next here. This is still going to be a problem because of the image, background image, the way that I did it. So you put it right on the section. And I'm going to have to do that. This is really upsetting me right now. It's fine. It's fine. We got the ATF class. And this is going to look wrong when we first do it. It's fine. I hope. And there's no point in having this main if I don't have margin and padding on it. That's what's bothering me about this methodology. So what rules? We want the main to set the height so that we never have empty space, even on a page with almost no content. So header, main, and footer, that rule. Get down to ATF. That's not going to work because negative padding isn't a thing. So what is the actual computed margin? Ah. There we go. Top and bottom is still a problem though. And in fact, we'll probably see some change if I change top and bottom to 0 here. Oh, this is such a problem. Putting padding on main is causing me the problem, in a way. That sucks. I don't like doing this. Oh, that's interesting. How did that happen? My calculations changed. I can, we can just width auto that guy, on header. Oh, we already have one here, okay. Make sure everything else is still working. And we're 188 tall. Fuck. It's almost like I need to rethink my container system, and that is making me so upset right now. I mean, I do need to rethink my container system, and it's making me upset. So row is sticky in this case, and I didn't go with rows and columns down here, which I probably should have. Or I don't even want to think about main right. Well, I don't want it to be sticky. And I don't want header to be inside of main. I don't want to put padding on the body or HTML. So padding's going to have to go on the children of main instead of main. Which, if you look down here where all this XXX text is, it's slamming right into the side, and that's why I use padding to prevent that from happening. And you can still use a full width background image when you do that, when you do it with padding and not margin. Let me just copy this. Really? I didn't make any rules for the sections yet? Okay. Oh, that's right. I had put a gap on main, so we may want to get rid of that. Padding is okay to keep there. But I still need to deal with getting this to the top of the viewport, the background image. And doing like some kind of offset, I don't think is going to work for us. I may want to look into that image compression to make sure that that's not doing something dumb. Something I just noticed from doing a little resize brew. We're not getting centered text down here. Because I typoed it. Yeah, there we go. Oh, we gotta put that on the rock shows one too. How did I do that stuff first? H2 dot first. See, it works at the full width, but it breaks down here because Flexbox. I'm going to leave it at that as the explanation. I know it's not 100% accurate, but it's accurate enough for me. So, we have this on main now, right? Or do we have it on ATF? It's on ATF? Yeah, skull. Background image offset. Let me that's background position, top, left, center. Is that pixels or is that? Okay, so 3 different, 4 different, yeah. I'm going to make another rule down here just because of the background image crap. Yeah, let's put all of them here, just so we can see what it looks like, because I'm not sure exactly what we're going to get. Okay, so for the header, I think that should work. And it's not telling me that it's invalid. Background size could be an issue. Yeah, this is still a problem. Can we do 50%? We can, okay. Okay, that's left and right. See, I don't think this is going to work at different browser sizes. Once we get our magic number in here, we can test that. It's not even going to work. It's barely going to work at this size. So what's our magic? Our magic number is 657. Yeah, negative numbers should make more logical sense, I hope. Not be as big. But then that creates the problem that it repeats in a vertical portrait-oriented browser, like mine. So we got the line right here where the image is repeating. And I can't just set repeat to none because and that just looks dumb with a background image up there. So you're not going to have a background image in your header, buddy. Sorry. Not going to happen. Now, as far as the background color for this, I think that might be a good idea. Header.vs row, and the same background as we got on the body, I think. Now, what do we want to call this? No, we'll just do this. Just copy it. Color 1-25. Did I brain fart that? Yeah, 0.25. I know better. I just brain no worky sometimes. How do I forget how to do the frosted glass? Backdrop filter. Ooh. Could I have done this better with a before pseudo element? Fucked. Fuckity fuck. Right. We actually need the backdrop filter. Is it just backdrop? It is. That. I know better. Here. I don't like that transition. I want a gradient. I want a gradient. Alright. I don't remember the syntax. We're looking for that main. No. Header.vs row. Interesting. Okay. Huh. How did I lose my filter? Oh, because I never put the filter in there. Interesting. So the blur doesn't work in combination with the gradient. Fascinating. I wanted to see if Firefox behaves any differently. It does not, so... I remember at one time, and it still takes a second for it to pop behind the gradient. I remember at one time when that backdrop blur was a newly available supported thing. One browser supported it before the other, and I think there was a difference when they both initially supported it too. That's interesting. I'm not doing all that CSS though. And that's SCSS, so when you view the compiled, it's going to be a lot bigger. Good Lord. Okay. So we can have the gradient or the blur, but not both. Let me go back for the syntax. Is this a different domain, guys? Because I swear I thought I allowed all the iframes earlier. There we go. Alright. So I thought we could put numbers in. Yeah. So I want to get that gradient further down, I think. See, that's not too terrible. Alright. Alright. I almost wonder if I should do a gradient at the top of this guy. Let me copy this. That's ATF, right? Alright. Oh. This is where you do the before. Oh. I may need to put a height on it. I need content. There it is. Oh, it's just not showing up. It's never z-index. I should be able to figure this out. I shouldn't need to go look it up again. Come on. We'll try after. Let's see if that actually shows up when I inspect. Do I need to put a width on it? Shouldn't. So because I've got padding, see, display block should make it go 100%. But it's not. Okay, there it is. See, now I'm going to have to do a relative. But this is getting me what I want. So let's just copy that. Now get rid of the XXX. What is the size of this guy here? That's at 188. Let's make that 160. Z-index. Yeah. What is the header.ps row? Okay. I think I have solved that problem in a way that I don't hate. I wish we could have kept the background blur effect, but that's fine. And if I inspect this, so we can more clearly see what's going on right now, just make it white. It's not the world's best gradient, but it's a pretty good effect, I think. Alright, let's we gotta get into our H2s here. So you're doing the line after as another element? No. No, no, no. No, 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 no. Why do you have an ID on there? I don't. Oh, I know why. Because it had another animation effect on it when the page loads. Because some people like that stuff, and I really don't. And you probably did that with JavaScript, which is why the ID slogan is on there. And you probably had to like bring in a JavaScript library that adds hundreds of kilobytes to your page size. So, since I'm bad at JavaScript here, you actually have some C. So that's not actually done. With JavaScript now, I'm thinking use the ID as a CSS selector. Did you ever think that if you could animate one with just CSS, you could have animated both with CSS? Did you ever think like that? So yeah, we've got the H1 animation already taken care of. Actually, that's the fade in effect. So this one is a fade in and move down. So we're going to copy all of that. I mean, this is a lot of code to do this, but it wasn't my idea, so... Oop. So we have a position on here. Did we move our top? What did we move here? There's a translate X and a translate Y on it. Did I put a class or anything on this? I probably did not. Yeah, we did. Alright. Did I use it anywhere? We did. Alright. So we can take all this and add it to U. And get rid of that H1 there. Wrong dev tool. Animation delay we got in there. What is even going on here? I'm not sure what's going on here. Slide Y. Really? Why? Alright, what? How? So you've got stuff here what? How? How is that coming up 404 but the effect works? Bruh. Yeah, so here's your slide Y animation. That's what I was looking for, but I can't find for some reason. It's giving me a 404. Okay, so get rid of all this here. And we're doing H2 first. I'm not doing slogan because contextually, semantically, it doesn't make sense. I'm just trying to figure out which rules we actually need here to copy to the above. Animation delay. I don't even know if we need to transform. Alright, let's see what happens. Did I actually get rid of the center rule that I had on it? What is going on here? Nope. So, what rule? That's interesting. If you put an animation on it, is it no longer display block? Huh. That's interesting. I mean, the same thing happened above, but I just didn't notice it. What is going on? Putting it on the wrong CSS rule. That's what's going on there. Okay. What is going on? You're doing some translate stuff that you don't need, I think. And why is this all red? I hate my code highlighting in Sublime Text sometimes. Okay, so yeah, you had some problem child things going on in there. Let me get rid of. I don't need to get rid of you. That's the wrong one. We don't need width 100%. Okay, so let's compare. On the left, stupid developer tool. Don't do that. Now it's going to keep doing that. But it fades in, and this one fades in and moves down. Fade in, and moves down. And now I can get rid of this slogan stuff because all those rules you had in there weren't needed. And if I remove all the fade in, move down stuff, that's not needed either because that was from when I copied the fade in stuff. Yeah, because your opacity is changing as defined here. So at WebKit keyframes. Yeah, I don't care about Internet Explorer, Chrome, or these guys. I don't care about those guys, so those rules can go away. See, in here, at WebKit keyframes, I'm going to go ahead and get rid of that because it was red. Make sure it still works here. This is a WebKit browser. And just to triple check our insanity, it still works in Firefox. Less code saves time for the people that gotta load your monstrosity of a web page. I'm just here to help you make it less of a monstrosity when it comes to how much code you've got in here that you don't actually need to have. So what was this? This was an experiment that can go away. And because that code was getting a bit lengthy, I'm going to add start and end to the notes in the CSS. The comments, I'm sorry. Next. I am going to check that skull image for size. Alright, so yeah, this skull BG2, it's a JPEG, but it's 1.3 megs. Now, I understand you want all those pixels in there, but we can still cut this down quite a bit. See, it's my experience when we got a lot of pixels, we don't need anything for quality. Because you're never going to see it at its full pixel size. And if you can tell the difference between left and right, impressive, but you're never going to see it at this size. Look at that. Now it's only 300K. And what size is that actually? Is it a 4K? 4500 by 3000. It's not even 4K. Aren't you worried about someone looking at your website full screen on a 4K monitor and it looking bad? Aren't you? $38.40. All right. 2160. So we can go even smaller. I mean, it would be up to you as far as which image you wanted to use. I'm going to go ahead and go with the 3840. Just because that's like a standard resolution of some kind. And you're not going to see any difference. Until I copy it over to mine. I know what I'm doing. It just looks like I don't sometimes because of my brain farts. It's fine. It is fine. Was there any... There was not any perceivable delay before I changed it out. But, I mean, this is on my local machine, so of course there's not going to be. However, if we come over here, I'm going to close DevTool because it's really irritating. You can see it draw in. Now on mine, I don't see that. I don't know if this is going to fix that on the live server here or not. I don't know. Maybe I can test this when I copy it over to my server. Anyways, I really need to move on. I am 7.5 hours into this. Don't even have the rest of the page started. So here we want H2 shows. Simple enough. So main section H2 is not going to work for my rules. I'd rather not do it this way, but this way works semantically. Animate opacity, really? Oh my god, you've got everything just animating in all kinds of... Okay. I'm going to have to make more animations. Or at least bring over Animatable X. Anime logo? You're not using that, are you? Not at all. You don't have a logo, sir. Button name equals backsite. Do you know what that is? Because I don't. Okay. See, what is the showed class? That's getting added by JavaScript somewhere. Guarantee it. Where's our shows? No, you've got showed here in the HTML. Well, no, that's because of how I saved this file. Let me just copy this. See what happens now. Did I save? Yeah, everything is saved. Nothing. Oh, you're killing me. You're killing me here. Okay, I am seriously losing my mind here. I believe that your HTML probably didn't have those classes in it at all. I believe it's being added by JavaScript, and so these classes aren't going to work as is right now. You know what? I'll leave them though for a little bit, because we've got some animations already in this file to work off of. So here's your slide Y, which is doing the rock shows animation. So if we just do a slide X, and change the way it works, we should be fine. So now, instead of H2 first, I want to target the H2s of each section. And I didn't quite get it there, did I? See, I don't do a whole lot with animations, so give me a second. I don't think that'll help. Oh, it did, didn't it? Now, is that going to delay until I scroll down? It does not. Alright. See if we can do that without JavaScript. I don't think we can. I'm not going to use jQuery, that's for sure. More JavaScript. I don't know why they have Anchor.DigitalOcean, but it's probably ads related. I don't know. See, now after I click to run this, video is private. That's not helpful at all. I have to allow some more stuff after clicking the CodePen box. That might be the private video there. CodePen.io. See, look, this has no JavaScript in it, bruh. And the less JavaScript you use on your pages, the less need you're going to have to put messages on your page that says you must activate JavaScript to view this page. As you clearly did here. And as you clearly did here again with these no-script images that don't even exist on your server. So there is nothing in here actually about animating when we scroll to it. Nope, the word scroll is not even on there. But am I still blocking something? Nothing that should be relevant. See, obviously something should be fading in, but it's not working. So this is part of the problem. Okay. Animation timeline is not supported yet. Let's copy that link. Try it in Chrome. There we go. So someday, when that's supported in Firefox, you can use it. JavaScript code, and they're clearly using jQuery. I hate that. Where's your JavaScript in here? Come on, buddy. There we go. There's some JavaScript. Just working this stuff through my head, trying to figure out how I'm going to do something. If I'm going to do it. I am thinking, just go with the browser native and let Firefox suffer. So, animation timeline view is the key here. That is the specific CSS feature that is not supported in Firefox yet. So we just add that, yeah, on the H2. Ah, brain fart. It's a little bit different of an effect, I guess. I mean, do they have a duration over here? They do not. Where was the can I use page? Or MDN. We'll just, okay, let's see what scroll does instead of view. mean, do you hate it? I don't really hate it. It's not... We're just doing left to right. And opacity. Alright, I gotta... See, I can't... So many things are moving, but I can't detect if the orange line is moving too. I think the orange line just fades in. I'm not sure. So we're going to want to slide Y as well. And for now, I'll put that on you to see what happens. See if it's up or down. Wait, what? Oh, I didn't change that. I can't tell. That's why I couldn't tell. Okay, so that is moving down. Now they would be moving up. It happens so fast though, the duration just doesn't... I don't like it. I don't like it. Alright, let's move on. Seriously, go away. So this separator, I'm going to copy this. Animatable opacity showed. Ay, ay, ay. No. I don't know what's going on here, dude. Where's our main section H2? That's our color 2. I think we need a display block on it. Hey! Yes, display block is required. Alright. Okay. I thought I was being specific enough that I wasn't going to hit that rock shows. Good thing I had already thought of that earlier, huh? Yeah, my calc's a bit off for the height on this, but it's... It's interesting the way this animation is actually working. I don't remember if I need a comma in here or not. So I can actually see the first shows coming in, but the rest of them I can't actually see them because of the way this function works. I don't know, I've got more than one slide wire in here too. Or could that have been affecting anything? I don't know. Probably not. It just bothers me because I might be reading it here, but we're still not completely faded in. I mean, it's bothering me because they're all coming in at the same time. Like every H2. And that's not how I wanted this to work. I don't think that will change anything. But let's just see. Well, it did change something a little bit. Or I'm just crazy. Yeah, making a different animation function in CSS doesn't solve for that. Not gonna worry about it. So now I know this is a table and it's got some stupid animation on it. And that goes under shows. And of course we need a pounded CSS for the table. Custom font size for your table? Really? Really? You know, I could have put in CSS to make tables consistent across browsers too, but I did not. I copied it right out. What am I missing here? Section class date. There we go. Oh no, it's a link. What's it a link to? What is it a link to? Nothing. It's a link to nothing. Would I have even noticed it's a link to nothing if it were white? Would I? Now that I'm getting more content on the page, the animation is even more annoying to me. What is this span class white? No. I know what that is, and you're not going to do that. So that's what color variables are for. It's for consistency. You got CSS in more than one spot, don't you? Don't you? How did this rule not come across? Text transform uppercase. Oh, because I got rid of that span! Well, I got an idea. It's already a link. Where was that link rule? Right here. Easy peasy. Why does it move like that? Why? Why does it move? Why? Oh, it's right there in the CSS somewhere, isn't it? A hover, translate. Oh my. Oh my god. Okay. You've already got the link really small. If you're going to have it move like that, I think the link target should be a lot bigger. It's just not making any sense to me the way this is, but I'm getting tired of changing things to match my preferences. Now about us, it's a paragraph, but why is it that big? Font size 3VH. What kind of font sizing is that, sir? Did all this CSS come from the same person? I'm really wondering. It should actually be because it looks like heading text, it should be an H3 because it comes after the H2 and it's part of this section's content. I don't know why it's in quotes. I don't know why it's in quotes. That's and I would almost say that the about us should be the H2 and morbidly obese should be the H3, but I mean, how did you top band date music? So band scrolls to this. Okay, so you've got more padding left and right than I do, and I don't disagree with that looking better. So how much do you have here? What is going on? I think you might have a width. Oh no, it's right there. You're doing percents though. So 15%. Let's assume this was designed in 1080p because that's all these people that use percents do that. 1920 times 0.15. That's 288 divided by 16. 18 rem for your left and right padding. That's a lot. That is a lot. I mean, 280 pixels of padding at 1080. This percent actually makes sense. The 15%. Can I work that in with how I do things? My P unit is 4 rem. 50 pixels. That's like 2%. Or yeah, that's like 2%. Almost. Can't do decimals with percents. So we've got a 2 and a 15. And those are not evenly divisible. How can I make this work? Oh, the whole page reloads. I don't know if it's your crappy page code that's doing this or if it's something in the browser. Oh wow, you even reduced the... Interesting. Yeah, that is, yeah. What if, is there another way I could come at this? I don't know why shows. Okay, that's what I'm looking for. What are we at for our character widths here? That's a little bit long. It's a little bit long. So main section. Try section plus section. Did we do that somewhere? Here's main section. Alright. Derp. me back up on that for a second here. Are these display flex? I know, they're all display block. I know I had been thinking about Flexbox things earlier as it pertains to these sections. I just never did anything with it. And again, I think About Us should be your H2, not your name. I'm going to change that. It's just contextually, logically, it makes sense that way. And I don't like, it's like, either go with centered or go with left aligned. Don't mix and match. So over here where you centered it, I don't like that. I mean, if we want to do a different color, we can do that. That's fine. What is this color here? Still got you open. So that's RGB. Color 3 was still available, right? It is. Comma. Comma. I hate that thing. Doesn't add the commas. So this will be 65. And this will just be 7. That's color 3. There's a lot of space between them. Is there a gap in here? There is. And it's 2 rem. H3 will get that color. H3 gets this color. Why is H2 already white? Okay, that comes from that rule. Okay. Let me save this. And I'm forgetting what was next on my list. Oh yeah, the gap. So rows and calls have their gap divided by 2. Right. I basically need to do the same thing for the sections. Just divide that gap by 2. Alright. And hopefully it doesn't look as bad. That's still pretty big. And even if I remove that gap, I suppose the gap prevents the collapsing margins effect? Is that what's going on there? Yeah. I'm just going to go ahead and set that to 0. That's still not quite behaving like I expected it to, as far as the visual space between them. I wonder if there's something going on in the CSS that's actually preventing the margin collapse from happening there, or if I'm misunderstanding the way the margin collapse works, and it only works with paragraphs and not headings. See, now I'm bothered that the space is different. The space above the orange line and the space below the orange line. Good Lord, I'm 8.5 hours into this now. Okay, took another little. Yeah. So back to thinking about this stuff. So under the About Us, we've got these things here that aren't actually links. What was the point? What was the point of these things? Was the point to make the images larger? Because they certainly don't do that. Even if I'm on the actual domain and not in the iframe, and I've still got to allow all this third-party JavaScript for all your garbage to work. Because, you know, your little warning about how I must enable JavaScript doesn't actually do anything. So those just link to Instagram, not even a username. And why does it not work on this domain? Maybe if these were actually links and not reliant on some complicated JavaScript that I don't want to spend the time to figure out, it would be easier to fix this issue. Wait, here's your NoScript with the image that doesn't exist, probably. Oh no, this one was actually changed. Did you fix that after I said something to you about that? Let's see. No, you are still relying on JavaScript somewhere to render all the content of the page. Big fail. Big fail. If for whatever reason, let's say it's a search engine scraping your page, and that search engine doesn't run JavaScript because it's a security problem. Many such cases in the past have been this way. Then that search engine can't scrape any of your content, and therefore your page isn't going to get listed on that search engine that became incredibly popular overnight because of one little change that Google made, and everybody stopped using it. So yeah, I don't know what these are actually supposed to link to. They do have the Instagram logo on them, so I'm thinking maybe they were supposed to link to Instagram. And then this Beast Pack, it doesn't link to anything. And the fonts are baked into your Beast Pack, which makes it a different font than is used on the rest of the page, which is another like little inconsistency that makes your website look unprofessional, sir. So I don't know if this Beast Pack should link to anything, but it's not going to. So how do I want to handle this? I mean, obviously I'm going to do rows and calls, but how much am I going to need to change and customize it is what I'm kind of wondering right now. I might not even need a call here. Might be able to do this with just rows. Let me just copy paste that and see what the layout is by default. Okay. Okay. So what is the actual size of that image, sir? 250? So that's not divisible by 16. Nope. I forgot to quote. Width equals 256. And it's a self-closing tag. Alright, so now we just copy you. Okay, so that's what we're doing here. I might want some gap in here. But it is giving us our basic layout pretty easily. What I'm wondering is, could I just get rid of that and just do it with the images? Alright. Yeah, in a way, I think, no, I'm going to need the call because of the text you have under them. No. Let me try Fig first. So the Fig caption. You got Richie on vocals. That should be self-closing. And that's going to be a span, actually. Because it's a different... Man. Mr. Matt Man. Logical data structures. You don't have any. And I don't even know if it's okay to put headings inside of Fig caption, but I think that's what I'm going to do. So that's going to be your H4. Get rid of our BR here. And that's going to be your H5. Get rid of all these. Two, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Why am I doing so much work? I don't know. I feel like my CSS is a mess at this point. It is what it is. Okay. So inspect here. What do we need to do for the style? Justify. Center. Why does it look off center though? Because something else is off center. So can't use rows, my rows and columns here. Ah. Fuck. What if I do another section? Okay. I am debating just doing some inline CSS for this stuff. Maybe it'll help you learn a little bit. Probably not. Alright, what did I typo? Really? Really? Why did I not put that on main section? Okay. So we're not going to do that. That's a terrible class name. I don't know what else to call it. So that's what it's going to be. Let's see how much I'm messing this up. Okay, so we're still good. I need to find some other CSS that I got stored somewhere. Okay, found it. Found the CSS I was looking for. And images, and then the figure inside of the images class get max width at 256. Flex wrap makes it wrap. So it's the same basic layout here we got going over here. So yeah. Inspect you guys. Do we have any gap going on? We got no gap going on right now, and right now it's not bothering me. But the H4s and H5s, I'm going to get rid of their padding margin. There we go, we're getting closer. Let's see how big that vocals text is. Font size 16. That'll work. That will work. I've got classes for this stuff. I actually don't have one for paragraph text. Now I've got a class for the font size. So, Rich, you're going to be class equals H6. And you are going to be class equals P for paragraph. Now we're real close. Real close. Now we got that centered. Is there a font weight on those that I need to reset? Indeed there is, because that's the way it looks on your page. Make sure we're not crazy here. Yep, that looks better. Now, I think that's probably color 2 on the H5. See if I was right. Oh no. Color 3. Yeah, there we go. So now, just go back here. Copy this guy. Get rid of the rest of them, and replace. Beautiful, isn't it? And there's just a touch more space between them. I'm not too concerned about that. Your space is weird and inconsistent. Mine's close to being consistent, but it's still not there. Oh, figure. We got some margin on my figure. Why? Where is that coming from? I need to reset that. All right. Okay, now gap. Yes, gap. See, I'm never. I always like to go up and double check on my naming. Okay, so let's not divide it by 2. Huh! I mean, I don't hate it. If you hate it, I guess that will be your problem to figure out. I mean, okay. Let's see if I can make it more like yours. I mean, it breaks my rhythm a little bit, but there's still some consistency, at least just multiplying my variable. I don't like the vertical space, but it's consistent. It's the same space, left, right, and top, bottom. Let me try. Now we've got less top and bottom. Alright. I think we're all set here, except for the words. Oh, and I can't actually click because the link got in the way there. I wanted to click to select the text, but your link is the whole card. And it doesn't actually link to anything. I mean, if you actually click your link from this domain, you'll see they don't go anywhere, right? Do you understand why this is happening? If you don't, I can't help you. You shouldn't do things this way if you don't understand the problems that they cause. You're making the band look bad, Matt. Don't make me send this, don't make me send my page to your video guy, because you don't want to hear it from him too, do you? Why is Mike not in your list? We've got a picture for Mike. Helps if I sort my stuff by name too, sometimes. Oh god, these are PNG files, dude. Good lord. Okay. So Aaron, I'm just going to open all of these because I am not keeping the as PNG. My friend. Good lord, how big are these things? $1,003. Do they really not even have a transparent background on them? Did you seriously save PNGs and not keep a transparent background on them? No, I thought maybe, at least there was a good reason that you had save them as PNGs, but no, there really isn't. There really isn't. You know what? Do I want to keep it at 256 since that's as big as they're going to get? I think I will. And if you want to complain about it, that's fine. And I'm not going to make the same mistake I made earlier, where I saved it in the wrong folder. Wow, it's almost been an hour again. The hours are just slipping away like sands through the hourglass. Actually, we're not going to see a difference here. Because everything's local, so everything's going to load instantly anyway. But this will make a difference. Next one is Matt. Yay! Now, how to make them links? That's a very good question, because you didn't have them links to begin with. If I remember right, it's technically incorrect HTML to put block level elements inside of an A tag. Let me see if the Bing machine can help me with that. I don't think I'm familiar with this W3Docs website. Yeah, A is considered an inline element, so strictly speaking, you shouldn't be putting H1s and Ps inside of your A tags. However, practically speaking, what if that's part why when I go to reformat, it doesn't actually reformat this. Because A is an inline element by default, not a block element. My tab indenting is wrong. Really, really irritating. I actually don't want those to be pound links because those will take you to the top of the page. Let me demonstrate that here. See, and we don't want that. It also broke my layout. See, I thought this wouldn't break it because I was doing images and then figure for the rule, and figure still comes after image, except up here. Herpeter. Will that magically put it back? So something is still not right. So yeah. Will that help us? It does. Excellent. Now we're back to looking the way we should. I think I want to hover after. We might need position absolute. Might. Not sure yet. Height 100% is technically not really a valid rule, but going with it for right now. I don't think color 2 is the right one, but yeah, we're going to need the position absolute. There we go. And I know you had the curved radius. Which, was there any logic in why you chose that specific radius? Probably fucking not. You know what 8 pixels or close to it is probably. Ah. Okay. Are we closer to 16 pixels then, sir? Yeah. I'm spacing out on the properties for the flex. I think that should get it. Yep, got the X right in the center. So, was this done in a similar way? It was. Where's the content? I don't like that it's red. Hopefully it's red. Oh. Because I'm a derp. There. Whew. Alright. We're still broken. We're still broken. Still broken. Still broken. How many times do I have to type the word content until I get it correct? So there, now you've got links that you can actually change to your Instagram page right inside the HTML. And I actually don't want those hashtags. And I forget exactly the formatting. I don't want to do return false on the on click because that will be... Here we go. This is what I was looking for. We got 5 matches. And hopefully nothing happens when I click them now. Yay! I didn't want it to scroll to the top. I don't want it to go to a broken page. If you get appropriate Instagram links, and you can put those in here. Now we got to move on to your next image. This stupid Beast Pack. It's just Beast Pack 3.png. Because of course it's a PNG. And it's probably 3 times bigger than it needs to be too, huh? 200 kilobytes. Oh, you've actually got the transparency on this one. Good job, Riri. Good job. But you know what? You could have just kept these images separate, and that's going to be more flexible for you in the future. Wait a minute. I did notice a PSD file in here. Do we have Donnie, Dale, and Mike in the PSD? Oh, wow. These layer names are excellent. Raster 6, Shadow 1, Raster 2. Wow, Raster 4, Raster 1. Did you purposely name these this way? I mean, because I would have named the layers for the names of the people that we're going with here, but that's okay. You don't need to communicate all that to me, sir. We're just fine here. I can just like trial and error this. It looks like the numbers might match up at least. So there's number 8. That's going to be Mike. I'm going to group these. Mike. And 1003, what is this? That's not divisible by anything. What? Did I already have a mic in there? Let me double check that mic picture. We're the same picture. We'll just cancel that one. Maybe I missed Dale and Donnie before. There's Dale. Oh, but we don't have Donnie. So I need to keep going through your layers until I find Donnie. And Donnie is like the cat. Or the tiger, I guess. Whatever. So let's turn off Mike. We got number 7 here. Oh, there's a Raster 7. Where's the Raster 7 shadow? Oh, it's right next to it. And that is Donnie. And I'm going to save all these files, and I'm going to have to provide you an open directory for all this crap, aren't I? So Dale, we've already got a picture for Dale. We don't need another one. So we're going to do similar in our HTML. Just need to change the rules a little bit. So let's copy you. Now I'm going to go ahead and remove the link, I think. Or maybe I should keep it. Maybe I should just keep it just in case. Because I don't know nothing about nothing. I mean, why the color change from the text up here to down here? I don't understand. Now, how did I mess this up? I did not. Okay. What I'm wondering is, What was the H3? H3 is morbidly obese, so your next H3 is going to be the Beast Pack, I guess. I mean... Let's see what we're looking like here. Love my typing, don't you? So, now, let's go back to our CSS and deal with this images.beastpack. Because I think... if we just turn off... Let's try this. Okay. Let's make sure our classes are named correctly in both places. There we go. So now, no wrap. So that's not our issue. What is our issue here? Is it because of the H3? I don't think so. I mean, I should be getting 3 across here, but I'm not. What is different? I mean, the H3 is really the only thing I did different here. Everything else I copied from above. Are we getting the section plus section rules? Yes, we are. Justified content may or not be working here. Same rules on the figure. But something has gone a little haywire here. Max width 256. That should be all it takes. Yeah, didn't think that would make a difference, but I did it just in case. I mean, I could put that up here. Then it's over here, just like the one above it. That actually worked, though. Okay. That makes sense. That makes sense. The H3 being in there, even when I had it commented out, was messing with the Flexbox stuff, I think. because it's display block. Alright, so now that we've done that, need to get Dale and Mike in there. So this guy here, yeah, I'll go ahead and margin 0 the H3s, even though this is not my preferred way to do it. No, I'm going to do it more my preferred. But I'll keep it here with the rest of my headings rules at least, and not make it too class specific. I could do it only for the date section, but I don't want to limit it that much. I hate to strip margins like that, but it looks better in this case. In two different instances. So what else is going on here for space? Beast pack, padding top. Could be less, even 0. I mean, I think that doesn't look good, but it does match how you had it over there. Trying to figure out what we got here. Got no margins on this. You know what? I'm going with it. I'm going with it. Now, it's going to be up to you to remove these links. Debating whether or not to make all this text orange like you had it in your image. There's probably some stupid reason that I can't be aware of that it was that way. I did the wrong parenthesis, not the curlies. Is that not an H3? That is an H3, sir. Specificity wars. H3 and dot H3. Huh. Where were we changing that? Is has any different? No. Is any different? No. I'm not going to throw an important in here. But a single class. No, it's not even the class that's doing it. It's just H3 001 001 002 That is outside of the section, you that's why. How many different ways are there to skin a cat? Fuck out of here. Fuck out of here. What am I messing up? No, no, no. No, no, no. What? What? Some days, I wonder how I managed to continue to breathe. Seriously. Did I not save? No, I did not change. That's... Well, at least now it's all the same font face and all that. P class, of course, of course. See, a video being centered makes sense, but I don't want to center the text. Okay, that actually doesn't look too terrible. I was just going to say, don't you have a poster? But no, it's in there. I just need to change it. Good job. Is the poster a different aspect ratio than the video? See, now because I removed the padding, it looks, or the margin, it looks weird. The spacing still looks weird too, but I mean, it's not different. I think you should have just done a YouTube embed here, but you do you. It's fine. And I don't know why you need to have an ID on it or classes, so yeah, because I'm not gonna, no. I'm done with your animations. I am so done with your animations. I don't know how to make all the animations work the way I want, so I am so done with the animations. Maybe you can figure out how to do that. How to do the animations without bringing in 10 tons of JavaScript to get it done. Do you actually care enough to do that? I don't think you do. I don't think you do. And is there actually a B? Okay, man. We need to talk about, we've got this problem. Oh, look, center tags. It's 1995 again. So I've done nothing for the link colors. Which ideally, when I was setting up my colors 1, 2, and 3, I should have been thinking about link colors as well. But you're doing this stupid thing on your page where you don't have the links underlined, so they were hard for me to even identify as links until I started digging into the code. So now I need to think about that. It looks like white text is meant to be links. Oh, except when it's your headings text. Let me inspect this, get this color. I'm going to drop in a color layer here. Then we're going to invert that color. That's going to be your link color. So now, that doesn't work. I used to have things set up that would create me a CSS file with a bunch of good stuff in it. I appear to no longer have that set up. Oh, come on. So link is going to be color link, which is 180 degrees opposite of your secondary color. So I'm a little surprised the text here didn't change, and it's probably because it's more specific to the heading. Yeah. See, that lets people know that they're links before they hover over it. So why did it fail here? Because I probably got even more stupid specific with the color. Okay, now your link colors stand out. And if you don't like it, you can figure out how to change it. You'll have to watch this video. Because... oh, that's an interesting color. It's because it's visited already. And that link is just my local host page. So, yeah. I need to fix all that stuff. Only got 3 instances of that. Let's go ahead and replace all. There we go. Now, is my underline style part of that block of CSS? It is. So, if you don't like it, you can undo that. We've still got a outline style. I think I want it to be the same color as the link. We need to do some skip nav stuff just for accessibility. Oh, neat. It even tabs through the video. I'm going to keep that open in case I need to go back to it. So... see, I think this needs to be the first thing in the body. But I didn't see the words where it actually said that. So now the first time I hit tab, can't actually see it. Do we have a z-index in here? Is that part of why we can't see it? I am not seeing it at all. There we go. It looks off-center. Why is that? Position absolute. Okay, so now I need to change that link so it actually works. Top. Alright. Just a little bit of accessibility there. I just have a feeling if I don't center these, some Reeby's going to come in here and center them. Do you actually have anything in a footer? You do! Okay. Boulder. Boulder! Are you serious? Are you serious? Blockshare! Because typing all that code is just too much work for some people. See, you've got a dot slash image and then just image without a dot or a slash. Are you sure you even know what you're doing, sir? Because I am not sure that you do. Oof. That's an SVG though, right? It is. Good. Alright. Oh, we're getting there. Why is there even a div here? Okay, so the div holds the text and the images. Got it. What if... Will that help? It does help. Here's 75 by 78. Neither one of those are divisible by 16. 4.6. We're going with 80 or 5 rem. $75. That worked out somewhat nice. Yeah, perfect. A little bit of a utility class here. Oh, come on. There we go. What is going on here? Why are we not the full width? How did I mess that up? Is there anything else that I messed up? Possibly, and it's just not showing because of other things. So the padding here is the second one divided by 2. So yeah, my rule that's messing this up now is also divided by 2. No, it's multiplied by 2, so it should be accounting for that. It bothers me a little bit. I'm just not going to worry about it. Where was that center rule that I made? Damn, dude. Alright. we're getting there. This is so wrong right now. This should be one paragraph with the image in the middle of it. I'm going to see how badly this breaks. I have a feeling it's going to break a little bit, but not too terribly. I mean, you're the one that used a paragraph here, buddy. Okay. Brain thinking, gears turning. I don't know. I like the idea of it being in a paragraph for the semantics, and you don't even have alt text in here. And I can't do footer P because you've also got the copyright line. This class equals boulder can go away because that's not staying. I'm not making a class named that. The social banner. You have the icons at the top. You don't need to repeat them again at the bottom. And they stand out exceptionally well with that orange and white on the dark background. Here's your copyright line. You don't have any legal notices, so you don't need that there, sir. Okay, alright. We good now? Let's see if that class works on footer too. If not, I will add another rule to it, probably. Oh, okay. So, which rule does that? Is it the align self? Yeah, it's the align self rule. Okay. Where is that center all? We could make the established lines and the band name lines headings. And they would be H2. Yeah, the second one will be an H2 as well. Interesting. Oh, because I've got the class equals H6 on that one. get the H6 size without actually using an H6. That'll do. That'll do, pig. Okay, so the height of this image is 80. That means your H2's line height needs to match that. And please don't prove me wrong here. Style equals line dash height 80 pixels. I think that's right. What do you know? What do you know? And are we display flexing in here? Oh, we are not. We are not. Will display flex ruin that? Oh, that's real close to what you had. Real close to what you had. So what? What if I margin 0 that one, since we're already doing inline style here? That's a little nicer. And I don't mind the bigger space below, but now it looks uneven top and bottom spacing. So if I go from here to here, that's 95. And here to here, that's 73. So yeah, that is off. Get rid of that block share nonsense. There, that looks better. You could put a function in here to get the current year. Well, let's do that. Let's just do that. I'm going to throw this in here just to see. It works. Let's see if it breaks. Still no JavaScript libraries. That is weird. That Chrome seems to go down a little further than Firefox here. The footer line's not equal in both. That's an interesting quirk that I don't really care to figure out. So now, after over 10 hours of work, I'm going to save this page. Next, we're going to go to our folder where I have all of these files. And here's the 0 file. This is the file that I saved from your website. And here's the 1 folder, which is the one I just saved after I rewrote it. $100 MB, 300 kilobytes. Am I being a little unfair? Probably, because I also downloaded all of your images into the 0 folder. See, because when I go into 1, I don't have all of those images, so going into 0 and then images, you see there's a lot more files, but that's because I was able to go into your open directory of images and I downloaded more, basically. But also all of your JavaScript library files got saved in here. Let's just, I think we are sorted by type already, so there's over 100 megabytes of JavaScript in here alone from your original web page that I had to download. The page that I built after I saved it, code, images, and everything, JavaScript, CSS, is only 300K, bro. And I managed to get 2 CSS files, and these 2 CSS files combined are 22. Oh, I am silly here. I was misreading. So still, 197K for those 7 selected JavaScript files. That's not bigger than 308K, but that's 2/3. I mean, bro, what are you doing with all these JavaScript libraries? You didn't need them as far as I can tell. You're going to probably cry and tell me that you did need one of these, or all of them, or not, because you're never going to watch this video, and you're not going to say anything if I send you the file. So we've got 22 kilobytes of CSS originally in 2 different files. And if we go into V here, 13K of CSS. And I was not going overboard in trying to make things super efficient. I was just trying to make them not dumb. Am I disappointed that I have spent over 10 hours on this? Yes. Yes, I am. I'm disappointed in myself. I should be better than this. But this is a very realistic example of how much my raw HTML and CSS skills have deteriorated over the past couple of years. I think I should have been at least twice as faster for getting this done, more like less than 5 hours. That's my personal opinion on where I think I used to be as far as working with raw HTML and CSS. And for the last 3 years, I've mainly been working with WordPress and Elementor preferably, but not exclusively. And, you know, a few other CMSs that are less well known than WordPress. So yeah, just my skills have just deteriorated a bit, and I had to look up a lot of things that if I was doing this stuff a lot regularly, I wouldn't have had to look up. But now, I get to have the fun of editing down a 10-hour video. I don't even know if this editing program can handle that much video, honestly, because it's kind of garbage. It is what it is.